Hello? Hello? Hey, Ondo. How you doing, dude? Moms, Alexis, how you guys doing today?
You will respect my authority!
Next underscore just subscribed.
Next. Thank you for the resub, dude. All right, let's go. This is the Jesus patch, right? This is the thing that we've all been
Victory
waiting for.
screech!
They're not gonna let us down. Hi. Oh, man. I have had a productive day today. Holy beanie, what? Sorry, I'm not allowed to wear beanies, what? Moms, if you're planning on downloading the game now, I love that you've waited an entire year and you're deciding to download the game when it's probably at the worst point it's been at in like a year. Good luck, dude. I am interested to see if I can actually do anything in the PTU today, because when I tried the PTU last week, I couldn't even spawn a ship. So we'll see what happens. Let's go for something super attractive. Yeah, that'll do. Nice. Oh my gosh. Boom. It's just an alpha. True, dude. It's just a 2-decade-old alpha, bro. True. Wait, why have they got pictures of Asmongold's birthday
Nico,
on
it's your
screen? What the fuck?
cousin. Why don't you take me bowling? And afterwards we'll
Oh,
go
never
get
lost you.
drunk
Thank you for the
and
gifted
go
sub.
rock-a-rolling.
Narilo's just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. I received an email a couple of days ago. I need to message the Dark Lord and thank him because I got it because of him. But Kick have fast tracked me as a partner on Kick, which is nice because the split is 90-10 rather than the absolutely dog shit split on Twitch. So yeah, if any of you guys like to subscribe and you would rather me have a better cut, subscribe on Kick rather than Twitch. Thank you very much. Hey Kim, how you doing, dude? You're right. Have you seen the chain on motorcycles? I've seen many chains on motorcycles. There was a chain that was posted a couple of days ago, and I swear to God, you'd have to chisel through the rust. And they were like, do you think this needs replacing? Jesus Christ, dude. Now you've got me curious. Love that this guy buys an S. There are people dunking on this guy in the comments about getting an S1000 XR as his first bike. The fact of the matter is, though, BMWs, a baby could ride any BMW, dude. They're so easy to ride. I mean, he's gonna make all the mistakes that newbies make, and it's gonna be an expensive learning curve for him, right? Because there are no crash bars on this bike, so it's a top heavy bike as well, right? So he's gonna drop it. He's gonna smash the fog light off. These BMW fog lights are really expensive. He's gonna smash the indicators off, right? He's gonna scratch up the bike. But you know, dude, don't. If a guy wants to start on a 1000cc, let a guy start on a 1000cc, right? Like, who gives a shit? Okay, yeah, I haven't seen this one. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, also look at the sprocket. That sprocket is about to have no teeth left. No valve cap. Oh my God, dude. Oh no. Let me look at the brake caliper. Dude. Oh man. It's fine. I don't see a problem. So for those who don't understand how these chains work, right, you basically have, I'll explain the power of Microsoft Paint. So imagine we're looking at the chain from the top, right? So this is a link, right? And then you have the rivets that go through. And then you have the next link, right? And essentially, in here, there is a rubber washer, all right? Rubber O-ring, all right? And this rubber O-ring is exactly why you don't use WD-40 on chains, right? Because WD-40, the WD stands for water displacement. And if you spray it on rubber, it does bad things to the rubber, right? Never use WD-40 on anything that has like rubber, right? But I see people, especially like 125 riders, spraying WD-40 on chains a lot. And then they wonder why their chains go bad. So essentially what happens is, like, you don't necessarily, like, these, I mean, just use any fucking chain cleaner and chain lube, right? The problem with using grease on chains is then all the dirt from the road sticks to the grease. And then what happens? All those tiny little like micro fragments of like sand and dirt and rock wear down the rubber O-rings. They wear down the metal, right? So grease, big no-no, right? And in fact, when you clean your chain and you re-lube your chain, what you're actually lubing is the O-ring, right? So when I'm cleaning, I'm not spraying all the metal on the chain. I'm actually spraying from above, just in between, right? Hey, Zero, you want to see something? Look at this, man. Look. Is my chain okay? So this is like the perfect example of where the O-rings have rotted out, right? And now what happens to metal when it gets hot? Heats up, it cools down, heats up, it cools down. And now your chain is just like, right? But then also look at the sprocket, right? Now, the sprocket tells me that, fuck me, this chain probably has like 30,000 miles, or it might only have 10,000 miles on it, and it's just never been lubed. All right. Yeah, this is Star Citizen Moto Edition. Yeah. Wait, I can take you one further. Where's the post I saw last night? Jesus Christ, dude. Speaking of sprockets, where is it? It might have been on the Moto UK subreddit. I'm not sure. But it was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh, I bet I'm not going to be able to find it now. I saw this post, right, where the whole sprocket had detached from the wheel assembly. What is this? The United Kingdom? What the fuck is this? Smack the helmet on his head. Just waddle away like a fucking lunatic. Let's go. Oh, dude, it's so sad to see. It must have been the Moto UK subreddit. Hang on. I swear to God, we're going to play Star Citizen in a minute. I promise. Dude, this might be my next adventure bike in several years, because there are other bikes I want to get first. I'm not getting into this now. Oh, another XR. Let's go. Oh man, I'm not gonna find it. It must have been the motorcycle subreddit, because it's like an American thing. I would imagine to happen on an American bike. Sprocket. I swear to God, if it was a British bike, I'd be so embarrassed. Relevance. New. Oh god, maybe it was the Moto UK subreddit. Rocket. Oh, that's bad. Where the fuck was this post? I don't know where it was. I give up anyway. Yeah, the whole sprocket had disassembled itself and was like torn and like warped and wrapped around the axle. It was absolutely mental. That's bad, dude. Anyway, let's play Star Citizen. Oh. Picked up a KTM 890. Nice, dude. Yeah, I've got an F800 GS Adventure right now. And it's a fun bike. But I want something with a bit more get up and go. You know? Which, to be fair, once I'm planning to get an R1. Once I get the R1, my attitude might change. Because the 3 bikes that I want are R1 for having fun. My GS is for commuting and traveling. And I want to get a Suzuki DRZ 400 for just having fun off-road. You know? And once I get an R1, I might not be so concerned about getting a Super Adventure. So a sprocket that was lightweight, but all they did was make the sprocket... Yeah, well, that's the thing. This sprocket, I've never seen a sprocket like it. It was the thinnest sprocket I've ever seen. Absolutely mental. I want to check out the Aurora. I've not seen the new Auroras yet. Dude, I can't even interact with the ASOP terminal.
Welcome
Oh,
to
my
the
god.
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I've never seen these 2 lines not red. Wow. Well, that's the thing. That's why I didn't want to cheap out replacing my chain and sprocket zero. That's why I bought the DID, right? Because look, if I'm bombing down the road doing 100 miles per hour, the last thing I want is my chain to snap, right? And then either I lose a leg, I lose an engine, or both, all right? Like, that would be miserable as shit. Aurora.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh, dude, I saw, I don't know where I saw it. It might have been on, like, Instagram or TikTok or something, but I saw a video of a guy on a sports bike, and his chain snapped, and the chain whipped up and went straight through the pillion seat, and you literally just see it whip up and, like, up halfway up his back. Fucking insane, dude. And that really opened my eyes to, like, the energy behind those chains, because they're like, if you've never felt the weight of a chain for like a sports bike or for like a big adventure bike or something, they're heavy, dude. They are really heavy. So when those snap and they whip off, that's a lot of energy behind them, right? And they can easily like rip your leg off or whatever. It's absolutely insane. Hey, it's happening. Let's go, dude. This is one of the things I'm actually excited for. Rework of the Aurora. Yes, please. That and Lamp. I love Lamp, dude. I've still not checked out Lamp. I'm a Lamp virgin. Here's a clip of a Mastlink going through. Dude, I think I've seen that. I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Yeah. So I've seen some screenshots. I've seen that they've added the fans now to the bottom wing, which is pretty cool. Because they went away. I don't think we've had the working fans since the original one, right? And we now have a button for the door. We have... Oh, wait, have we always had the button for this fuel port? We have component bay access. That's pretty friggin' sweet. Man, I'm super excited about this rework. Power plant is on the roof. Allow me to mount CIG. I also saw now we have little windows for when we're napping, so, you know, when we're floating in space, we can watch out for... Dude, this animation is so slow. Jesus Christ. We can look for clowns. That's nice. This is the new or the rework. The Rewara. Dude, this is so slow. Holy shit, dude. They probably had like an 80-year-old man do the mocap. Oh, it's probably Chris Roberts. Lost a chain on my 450 Supermoto while on a track. Got lucky, it just flung off the back, but was sketchy because it came off the exit. Oh yeah, that is sketchy if you're leaning. Oof. Servers being poo-poo. Let's have a look at this. Dude, when he picked up that little bit of plastic, then I was like, oh wait, is that a KTM side stand? Dude, KTM side stands are so shit, bro. Oh my gosh. I genuinely thought that was a KTM side stand. Holy shit. It's because, like, look, I don't know what, like, they were thinking, but there's like 1,000 years of motorcycle manufacturing, right? Pussycat, do you want to go in your bed? And the best side stand's always just made out of steel tube, right? Because it's steel tube. And then KTM comes along and they're like, no, we must cast a side stand out of, I assume probably, it wouldn't be magnesium, right? I don't know what the fuck they cast it out of. And it's so brittle, dude. And there's this couple that I watch on YouTube, and they're touring in the US at the moment. And they were in France a little while ago, and they stopped off, and there was a guy on the side of the road on a KTM Super Adventure, and his side stand was broken. Like, they literally just snap. It's so bad, dude. Wait, is this an R1? An R6? Dude, yeah, that's fucking sad, man. The one thing I see a lot about, like, the under-seat exhaust is how hot they get. And the best thing you can do is get, like, reflective tape and put it on the underside of your seat. Yeah, that's... Dude, look what it did to the fucking pillion peg mount. I mean, it's not actually bent, but look at the fucking, like... Oof. That's... Oh, man, that's rough, though, the exhaust. That's a nice exhaust. Time for a new slip-on. Let's go. Hang on. Oh, dude, you've got to be fucking kidding me, dude. Why? They got rid of the 4 MFDs and now they've swapped it for 2. Why? I need a logical explanation as to why they want to give me 2 less MFDs than what I had before. Hey, Scrambled. How's it going, dude? Yeah, this is shrinkflation all over again, dude. Can we stop? Can we please stop, like, designing the game around the America's economy? Thanks. Oh, man, what a disappointment, dude. All right. Let's get out of here. Wait, why is it not requesting takeoff? Uh-oh. Am I stick bound? Oh, God. Yes. It's just not. Okay. Oh, it's just the server being shit. I understand. There we go. Can you imagine, dude, if they sell you additional MFD modes on the pledge store? Oh, bro. Oh, I got a friggin' meeting for I almost said Dakar Rally. Dude, I haven't did anybody watch Dakar Rally this year? I haven't watched any of it yet. I might start binge watching it tonight. Oh man. Daymar Rally. I've got a meeting for Daymar Rally tonight. I must remember to actually go. Wait, it doesn't have lamp, for fuck's sake, dude. How does the gold standard Aurora not have lamp? Okay, well, I can't even get out this seat. What does have lamp? Oh, at least I got fire extinguisher. That's nice. I have seen the Perseus's lamp from the outside, yeah. Oh, dude, this server is awful. The kitten has settled in her bed. Yeah, sniff my finger. How about the Hornet? Does the Hornet have lamp? The Mark II F7A? Yeah, you gotta subscribe for MFDs. I gotta subscribe for a fucking ASOP terminal, apparently. Calm. Blood pressure. Don't die at 39. Be present in the moment. Okay. Every time I get worked up, can you all please remind me of my blood pressure? The arrow? Okay. Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm going to do the L22. Why? Well, the thing is, there's only US servers for PTU, right? Oh god, is fucking Trump put fucking tariffs on CIG servers now? Is that what's happening here? Please let me... I can't... Please, may I deliver my ship? Please?
I'm sorry. That is an invalid request.
Remain calm. Everything's going to be okay.
Your thanks visitors again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP
Greenland or Star Citizen, you choose. Oh, dude. Okay. Okay, we're good.
Your vehicle has been delivered.
How you doing, Pepperoni? You're right, dude. All right, we're having a calm day today. No rising of the blood pressure. All right. I'm getting a sassy look from the cat. Hang on. So let's look at the... where is the keybind for lamp? Cockpit? No, why would it be in cockpit? View? Why would it be in view? Right or L? That doesn't help me. I want to use my joystick. Oh, top. Calm. I'm not doing great at the low blood pressure thing. Right, okay. Yeah, apparently they just shove everything in here. Oh, dude, I can put it on a switch. Hang on, do I have anything on? No, I want to put it on my actual joystick. What's on this? Why does it not see my joystick? Hello? Oh, this is keyboard and mouse. That's why I'm a fucking idiot. Lamp. Yeah, that one's free. Let's go, dude. I got a hat switch. On one side, I've got the lights. On the other side, I've got lamp. Perfect. Oh, man. There should be a 4.6 update later today. We are currently putting together a new 4.6 build for potential PTU published later today. Oh, fantastic. I moved the cat from her bed and put her in the bed on the desk, and she doesn't look like overly impressed. And a new Evo build. Let's go. Did last night's one come back up after? Because they didn't include the blueprints, right? So they dropped it almost immediately. No, okay. I'll be honest with you. I'm probably just gonna ignore that one because I'm not interested in the manufacturing stuff at all. I got so much IRL stuff. The fuck are you doing? Up! Up! I got so much on at the moment that, yeah, I can't bring myself to bury myself into Evo for this one. All right, we're good. Jesus Christ, dude. I thought I was about to die. Okay. Okay. Oh, here it comes. Oh, nope. Never mind. Fucking hell, dude. All right. Let's try again. Jesus Christ. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. By the way, Dragon has just reached a 65 stream streak. That's absolutely mental.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I'm assuming he probably just like leaves me open on a tab all the time. All right. Hi, Newts. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, you're just that dedicated. Jesus Christ, dude. And yeah, 4.6 is ready. Just ship. No, don't store, don't store, don't store, don't store, don't store, don't store. You son of a bitch. No. This is my life now. I don't think getting inside the ship's going to help. I'll be honest. No, this is pod racing. You... Oh, shit. Okay. I'm stuck. On. Turn on. On. Dude, it's like a fucking Volvo, bro. Turn on. Thank you. Me. Oh, this is my play space now. Okay. It's going to be fine. It's going to work. work this time. Hey, let's try that again.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not even sure if it's worth trying P2 today, because like these servers are freezing like literally every 2 to 3 seconds.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Yeah, so it doesn't say to avoid any like specific locations. Hey Crater, how you doing, dude? Yeah, this is exactly the same as I was getting in last week's PTU as well. Hey Vesmu, how you doing, dude? You're right. This feels like an Evo build. I have no problem with like loading things in from elevators and stuff like that's fine. The issue that I have with the game is just like the real time waster of the bugs, right? I wait and see if the ship ever actually appears on the pad. Because that's what happened last time. I went to store it, and in between There we go. Like, what I don't want Star Citizen to be is a COD-like experience where everything is fast-paced, right? Everything, I want everything now, everything quickly. Like, I want it to feel like a living, breathing universe. And unfortunately, that comes with elevators, right? Like, if that's the type of experience that you want, there are loads of games that already do that, right?
Your adventure, courtesy of Kruger Intergalactic. Systems active.
Oh my god, I'm actually free.
Landing gear raised. Shields disengaged.
Oh my god, holy shit. It's wild. So one of the moons.
Quantum drive engaged.
As critical as I have been of CIG
Drive disengaged.
more recently, because the game has been dog shit. The one thing I will say is they have definitely been working towards introducing little like quality of life improvements that I've been asking for a long time.
Quantum drive disengaged.
Oh, dude, that is so much better. Holy shit.
Disengaged.
Holy crap. The problem is I've got that light bug at the moment, which makes everything a little bit more bright. God, that's so good, dude. Let me go over to Hurston. I think Hurston will probably be better for testing it. Reclaimer, they made the back elevator bigger to make it easier to dump crates out of. Oh, have they actually? Why? 4.6? I've actually not been in a Reclaimer for a few patches. Literally can't calculate a route to Hurston. Oh, no, now it will. You know the nice thing about lamp?
Quantum drive disengaged.
People finally won't have the excuse of not being able to see in the dark because the lights on ships are shit when they crash into the ground, you know what I mean? Oh, I wasn't specifically thinking about you, but now you mention it, Scrambled. Yeah, good point. Yeah, dude, this is so much better. Like, actually being able to make out the silhouette of objects. And also, not having to fly around with your lights on. Because it makes you such a big target. Well, the difference is night and day, like, holy crap. Oh, how about some of that FPS lamp? You know what I mean? I assume they're going to tie that behind specific helmets, which will be pretty cool. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know what that was, but that was weird. We need lamp for the zoom in camera though. Dude, these lighting bugs, man. Global illumination. Come on, CIG. You can do it. I believe in you. Found cows. Cow. Cow. Well, that's pretty much all I think I have the patience to look at on the PTU. The servers are in such bad shape that I think I'm going to swap back to live. But lamp, man. Lamp really does highlight how bad this lighting bug is. This lighting bug has been in for a couple of years as well. Righto. Can't even eject, mother of God. Alright, swap back to live. Oh, Puig. This is the same screen manufacturer that I've got on my bike. gonna grab some socks. I'll be right back. Alright, it's a bit cold today, man. Alright. Let's go cause shenanigans. Might take the L22 out today. No, I'm gonna stick with the Hornet. Only because, dude, the amount of flares it has is so nice. Or I might go grab an L21. Is the L21 is available to buy, right? Where is it? Area rate. I can't get in with a crime stat.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. You'll please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
What am I doing wrong here? You're trying to use Wakello, dude.
Your vehicle. Please visit us again.
I'm honestly surprised there was nobody waiting, considering I've been sat there for the last 5 minutes.
Quantum Drive is now
they're doing the plowing into the ground thing again. Oh no. Firebird? Arrow.
Shields hit.
Back off so I can set.
Shields offline.
Oh, and a talon. Not a talon. Orc.
Shields online. Okay. Locked.
bullshit with quantum not working is fucking insane, dude. And again. Problem is now they know where I'm jumping to as well, which doesn't help. No, they didn't push it live.
Shields online.
Hey, first, how's it going, dude?
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
What's good in Stanton this update? Fuck all, dude. I'll be honest with you, the game is in such an atrocious place right now. Economy is completely busted. There's friggin' money glitches through the roof. So everyone's got billions of UEC, which just makes everything boring.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised. Shields offline. Quantum drive is now on.
Problem is, if you go over 2 billion, you can no longer repair and rearm. So as a streamer, that's a fun little thing you have to contend with.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
Don't try to put logic behind bugs. You'll drive yourself mental. And Quantum broke again. Do you remember the days when Quantum used to work? I do. A long time ago.
Quantum drive is now on.
Hey, Steak, how you doing, dude? Is the star map selects a location now most of the time? Not from my experience.
Quantum drive is now on.
Hey, Spartan, how's it going, dude? Docking contacts. Interesting. I don't know where that came from. There's somebody around somewhere that has to be targeted. I hope there's a wipe soon, dude. Like honestly, the money exploits, the last couple of patches have just absolutely ruined the game for, well, a lot of people. Like it really sucks because I'm the sort of person that, you know, I regularly get people who offer me money. Oh, do you want some money for repairs or whatever? I'm like, no, I want to earn it myself because that gives me a reason to play the game. And then I get people just dump like 3 billion on me, 4 billion on me, and it takes away from the gameplay for me, right? It sucks, and I've given up just giving the money away, right? Like it's so frustrating. It feels like I have to log in, do a whole bunch of admin before I can play the game, right? Like money is completely irrelevant in the game, and because money is now irrelevant in the game, it's kind of, there's no need for me to go do missions, right? Which is why I'm just like floating around with a crime stat waiting for bounty hunters to come for me. Here they come again. 2 hawks this time.
Shields offline. Shields Shields hit. Okay. Shields offline. Okay. Shields online. Lock. Shields hit. Shields offline. Shields online.
Oh, he's bugging out. Yep.
Shields hit.
one shot, dude. Finally switched to flying Hosas, and I suck at it. Everybody sucks at it at first. You gotta practice, 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 dude.
Shields offline.
What do you do to be able to turn on that hawk? You just start turning before them. Right? You start turning while they're still in front of you. Right? So imagine the station, right, is the hawk. Right? So as you're flying towards it, watch this. You turn now, right? And now it's in front of you.
Bogey.
You don't wait till it's past you before you start turning, right? I wonder what ships they'll bring next time. They started with an arrow and a hawk. Oh, here comes the hawk again.
Shields online. Shields hit.
Also, a big thing
Target destroyed.
is always preserve your boost, because you turn faster while you're boosting. So preserve your boost for when you're in the fight and you need to out-turn your target, right? Generally, if you pay attention to, like, I'll boost when I'm chasing And sometimes I'll boost as I'm approaching a target, but what I'll do, I'll only boost until, like, you see how it's actually green, like, at the top of the bar here? I only boost until I'm, like, third of the way down the bar, then I let go and I let it recharge again, because I want to make sure I'm full of boost when I enter the fight, so I can out-turn my target. And it's just, yeah, it's just a mixture of what we call pre-turning, right? So you turn before you pass the target and then boosting to turn quicker. Then on top of that, I'm using cannons, right? Which when I'm fighting, for example, hawks and arrows, it makes it a little bit more difficult because here comes the hornet. Because they can out-wriggle your cannons super easy. So at that point, you need to get into a mindset of jousting the target rather than trying to rate fight the target. This guy could just out-DPS him because I do more damage and he's already dead. Look. Like in his scenario, in his situation, he should have got close to me, tried to rate fight me, and he should have been wriggling on the approach. You can't just fly towards me in a straight line, right? You're gonna die. Like if you just try to out DPS me, you're gonna lose. I do more damage, right?
Shields offline.
Hey, Blyfish. Nah, just doing the usual.
Quantum drive is now off.
This is the same server I was on yesterday.
Shields online. Docking initiated. Docking denied. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
There's the one thing you'll notice as I'm approaching, like, wind back the fights with the hawk or the hawks. So the one thing you'll notice with the hawks is that when I was fighting both of them at the same time, I never let them get my shields down. So they were running mixed loadouts of energy repeaters and ballistic repeaters, right? But they had the EMPs charged. So if they got my shields down, they could shut me down. So that meant that I couldn't afford to let them get my shields down. So I would hit them a few times with my guns, but I don't need to get their shields down, right? Because I've got ballistics. So I hit them a few times with my guns, right? One of them. And then once my shields start to get low, I bug out.
Complete.
I go nav mode, get distance from them.
Landing gear raised.
Damages I took off then. I get distance from them, give it a few seconds, and then go back to SCM, let my shields regen, right? Recharge, re-engage, do the same thing again. And then I did enough damage to the one guy that he jumped out, which left me with one more hawk to fight, at which point I could just commit to the fight. And then if you pay attention to how I was jousting and how I was approaching the target, right? Kind of watch the TVI here, right? So I strafe up, I roll, I roll, I roll, I roll, right? And what you see the TVI doing there is what my pip is doing for them, right? Which makes it really hard for them to track the pip, right? Because they have to aim, adjust their aim to get into the pip, and then by the time they adjust their aim, the pip fucks off again. All right. And you do that on the approach, and then you merge onto them. All right. But essentially, because I'm using a cannon loadout, when I'm fighting light ships like that, like the arrows and the hawks, right, I have to joust. I can't try and rate fight them. They're too wriggly. Hey Vectrex, how you doing, dude? No, I'm not interested in using distortion.
Shields hit.
Well. Dude, where the fuck did that come from? What? It looked like it came from the fucking 890 jump. What? What? What did I get hit by? I took damage. What? That was wild. It was in this direction.
Bogey.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a fucking... Dude, it's a fucking...
Shields
I'm
offline.
not entirely sure what he's trying to achieve here. All right.
Quantum drive. Shields online. Quantum drive is now off.
No, the kitty's doing good. can have fun spinning when he repairs. Well, the Hawk dudes haven't come back for a 4th try.
Shields enter.
What? Oh, it's the... There it is. I'm not really sure what his plan is here. He's gone. Like, he is bounty hunting me because he's followed me to different locations, but he's not going to kill me.
Bogey.
No, my internet's been fine since they fixed that IPv6 issue. Had the occasional dropout, but only like randomly and for like a few seconds. There he is.
Bogey.
Oh. Cinch.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on. Shields online.
The target coming. Oh, we're bringing a Corsair this time. He's off. These are the guys from the Hawks. Paladin. Oh, this isn't a bounty hunter. They're not pointing at me.
Shields online. Shields offline.
He's gone. didn't.
Shields online. Shields hit.
I already knocked him out. Yep. Oh. Maybe. gonna run out of fucking mana at this rate. Oh, they're off. There we go.
Shields hit.
We'll get repaired.
Shields offline.
Hey Zero, how you doing, dude? Hello Dan, how you doing?
Quantum drive is now on.
Arabic Weathers, how you doing?
Quantum drive is now.
Dude, fucking Quantum, man.
Quantum drive is now on.
Don't worry, they're gonna fix it. Any year now, they'll fix Quantum. It might be 2026, it might be 2027, who knows?
Quantum drive is now on. Shields online. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
I have to get myself a cup of tea soon.
Takeoff complete. Shields offline. Landing gear raised.
I haven't had Taifu in ages. I used to drink a lot of Taifu, I mostly drink Yorkshire now.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Trying to talk Jack through fixing an issue. His PC won't boot. So my favorite coffee. I'm generally a latte drinker, but I don't like... I tend not to get fixated on like a particular bean or whatever. Like, I like to like try a different coffee each time I buy a bag. My go-to though is like Lavazza or whatever it's called. Like if I want to just quickly grab something from Tesco's or whatever. Okay, well this laser is primed. You know that Welsh like salt butter that you were on about before? Next, I tried it, and you know what it's amazing for? Frying onions and caramelizing onions. Oh my god, dude. Best onions I've ever had. Yeah, fucking amazing. Because you get like this... Normally when I fry onions, I add a little bit of salt anyway because it helps draw the water out of the onions. But oh, it's just such a nice flavor. I don't get it too frequently just because, you know, not like super healthy, also not super cheap, but yeah, it's nice every once in a while. It's really good for like making a stew. Is what I tend to do is I tend to fry onions as kind of like the base for a stew. And then the stews that I make tend to be like slightly peppery with like Worcester sauce kind of flavor. All right. So that, imagine that, but with like almost like a buttery undertone to it as well. That's typically what my stews are like. It's like beautiful. And the butter purely comes off of the onions, but it's like a salted, buttery, Worcester sauce, peppery. It's, oh my God. I love making stew in the winter because it's one of those things like when you get cold, there's always stew here basically all the time. And like before I started to stream today, I was like, oh man, I'm a little bit hungry. I'll just grab a bowl of stew, you know? Because I'd been, one of the things I did today was, and I've been meaning to do it since we first moved into the house. I have a trickle charger for my bike, right? So a trickle charger, basically it keeps, in cold weather drains batteries really quick, especially motorcycle batteries. So a trickle charger, when you get home, you just plug it in. So there's basically a little plug socket under my seat that I plug a cable into, the trickle charger into. And it just keeps the battery topped up as long as the bike's home. But the problem is the cable for it was only like 5 foot long. So I cut it today and I extended it. So now I can just leave the trickle charger plugged in outside the house. Essentially, it's long enough to reach now. So I was doing that, and man, it was wet and cold outside. So once I'd done that, I was quite ready to come in, grab some stew, warm up, you know. We have an incoming Finrod. If you had the chunky veg soup in crumbs and I'll be honest with you, I almost never go to Cardiff. In fact, the last twice I've been to Cardiff is to go visit Nex. I'll be honest with you, I hate going to Cardiff, dude. It's just the traffic is a fucking nightmare. Probably wouldn't be so bad if I knew Cardiff quite well. It's like I'm trying to pay attention to my friggin' sat nav as I'm driving around and trying not to get crashed into, you know.
Docking contact received. Lock.
Man, he's zooming.
Contact. Shields offline. Docking contact received.
Oh, he ate all those missiles, dude. Oh, he's friggin' coupled mode, dude. Holy shit.
Shields online.
He's coupled. He just slammed the brakes on in front of me and came to a stop, and now he's dead in the water. Now we do the Cutlass Special. Nice. Just rip one of the wings off one of the engines on the same side, so when they start back up and they repair, they just spin.
Shields offline. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, there's an Avenger Titan coming straight at us, or a Warlock or something. And the name is Zero. Uh-oh.
Shields hit.
And they're dead.
Target destroyed.
Has played when the Meteor. I didn't think it was U0, I'll be honest. Meteor came out, Wonder. I mean, here's the thing about the Meteor, right? And it's the same as I've been saying this for years, and I will keep repeating the same thing that I've been saying for years. It depends on what you're fighting. All right? It depends on the context of the moment. Is the Meteor good in a rate fight against an Arrow? No, it never will be. All right? Is the Meteor great in generally a 1v1 against any ship? Well, against like a Hercules, great, right? But against any fighter, not really. But where the Meteor really shines is in a group scenario, right? Like if you're flying in a group, you don't want to have 5 people in arrows, right? You want somebody in an arrow, you want somebody in a hornet, you want somebody in a meteor, you want somebody in like a guardian QI, right? To dampen. You want maybe somebody in a warlock or a why is my brain just gone fucking dead? Even a saber raven, right? You want to have a mix of ships that have different abilities, right? Oh, hello. Also, you want to have ships that have different caliber weapons as well, right? And that's where the Meteor shines. Because the Meteor is also an interceptor, right? So it's quick to get in, quick to get out, but it has big guns. So it can do quite decent damage, right? Dude, we have a rare freelancer. It's alright, they're just going to see red flying towards the surface and they're going to assume it's one of the NPCs doing a typical NPC thing of crashing into the moon. He's off. There we go. Oh, we got Firebird. Let's go. Oh, Citizen down again. This guy is still in the seat, so... He's going for the repair. In fact, I think he repaired. Grab some more flares.
Shields offline. Shields online. Shields offline.
thing is, he can't do what he's been doing up to this point while I'm sat by here. Meow. Oh, this is somebody different.
Shields hit.
And they're dead.
Target destroyed. Shields offline.
Dude, the tiniest little bonk. That was crazy. Yeah, I literally just clipped my wing on the pad. That was it. It was like the tiniest little tap.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Welcome.
Yeah, it's kind of the issue that I have with the way the health pool buffer works. It seems super
Your
inconsistent.
vehicle has been delivered to please visit us again.
I doing? Oh, let me go buy some ammo. Keep meaning to buy ammo and I never do. I mean, that's always been the case, Dragon, since the beginning of time. It's always worked that way. It's never transferred the damage to the hull through the gun. It's the same with the Vanguard as well. Don't know about the Avenger, probably. I assume it's any gun that has, or any ship has a gun like that on the nose. It's actually saved me while low flying so many times. Oh, you're shooting outside. Yeah, some P6 ammo as well. CIG, hello. am I in nav with shields? Oh, server error. That would explain it. Add the layout on roundabout. Right. Dude, what the fuck were you doing? That's not bad layout. That's bad fucking driving, bruh. It literally has the lanes on the... Pay attention to the white lines, bro. What the fuck? Straight on, straight on. So... Oh, wait, no, he's right. Oh, that's bad. That is actually really bad. Yeah, these dashed lines. What the fuck have they done here? So, no, that's fine. Yeah, these dashed lines are in the wrong spot. This dashed line is supposed to come to here. That's bad. Because the reason for that is here. Both of these lanes go... Wait, watch. So, pay attention to this blue car. Alright, so this blue car is also either going straight on or going right. But if he's going straight on, this lane and this lane are for straight on and this lane is for right. So if this blue car is going straight on, it needs to be in this lane here. Right? Which means this lane can't be merging into this lane. So this dashed line here should be going to here. They fucked this up. That's bad. Literally nothing wrong with markings. It's idiots using them. Yeah, that person doesn't know what... They literally looked at it for a second and didn't actually think critically. That's bad. There we are. Hey Veta, how's it going, dude? Oh my god, dude, if this radar resets once more, I'm gonna lose my shit. Is it rude to use both lanes? That's what you're supposed to do. All these people are fucking idiots. So, do you know why zipper merges exist? Right? It's to prevent congestion at junctions. Right? And I don't mean the junction down here. It's to prevent a congestion at a junction behind the camera here. All right? If half these people were in the left lane, this queue would be half as long. Doesn't mean the queue goes any quicker. It just means it takes up less space on the road, which then doesn't block roundabouts and junctions further down the road. That's literally the point of a zipper merge. Holy shit. Like, the amount of people are so fucking dumb, man. It's not even a Britain thing. Like, I've seen, like, it's the same in America as well. People don't know how to zipper merge. The same in Europe. People don't know how to zipper merge. It's crazy. Like, I think, like, some people think it's rude. All right. All you do is, once you get to the front of the queue, let one person in front of you, and then you go. And then the person behind you lets one person in, and then they go. All right? Like, it's so easy, man. It's like the road that I live on. I'm really lucky where I live in Newport because I'm right next to the motorway. So, essentially, is that player or NPC? NPC. It only takes me like 2 minutes to get to the motorway, but the road up to the motorway at rush hour can be pretty congested, which means it can be really hard for the people who live on the streets that go onto that road to get in and out. So as a general rule of thumb, if it's congested and I'm going up or down that road, right, if I see people waiting to come out, I let one person out and then I go, all right, just to keep the traffic moving, all right. It's like some people see it as a competition. It's so bizarre. The zigzag just means no parking. It's you have those outside of schools and pedestrian crossings. Like this is a pedestrian crossing. The reason for the whole point of these zigzags is so a vehicle doesn't impede the view of a pedestrian who's trying to check if there's traffic coming.
You will respect my authority!
Hey PC, how's it going, dude?
Don't give up the butt! I'm pissing!
How was your stream, dude? I'm just, chilling, fighting bounty hunters. It's been pretty busy up until now. It's gone a little bit quiet now. Had my tolerance of Star Citizen for the day. Dude,
Presents, I bring news.
Do you know what the trick is?
Join me in PC gaming and ascend to godhood. For you are weak,
Hey, Anonymous,
and
thanks for
I
the gifted
am
sub to
mighty.
PC202.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to PC202.
You know what the trick is when the game is in the current state it's in. I learned this years ago, right? Especially when it comes to streaming, is don't set a plan, or if you do set a plan, just be prepared that the plan's just gonna not work, right? And be prepared for anything. And 2, just don't give a fuck. Just don't give a shit. Honestly, there's no point getting pissed off or wound up by it. Like, the moment I'm done, right? I don't feel the pressure to stream like I used to. Like I've barely streamed since 4.5 came out at all. Like the couple of times I tried playing, it was just, it
Peasants,
was
I bring
awful.
news.
So I just
Join me
didn't
in
bother,
PC
you know?
gaming and ascend to
Hey,
godhood.
Anonymous Zeros,
For
thank you for the
are
gift of sub to
weak,
PC
and
sucks.
I am mighty.
Zero State gifted a tier 1 sub to PC_sucks.
I appreciate
They
that.
have given 52 gift subs in the channel.
What did PC do to deserve the vitriol today? Being chased around by NPC mantis. I had a guy chasing me for about 2 hours in a... He started in an eclipse and then started chasing me with a
Peasants, I
firebird.
bring news.
Sure,
Join
I'll
me
come
in
back
PC
eventually.
gaming and ascend to godhood. For you are
PC,
weak,
thank you for
and
getting this sub
I am
to Zero
mighty.
Who exactly.
PC101 gifted a tier 1 sub to Zero Who. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Getting him back for the piss poor. Wait, you were murdering piss poor Pete? Nice.
Peasants, I bring news. Join me in
Oh, Jesus
PC
Christ.
gaming and ascend to godhood. For you are weak, and I am mighty.
Zero State gifted a tier 1 sub to PC_mom. They have given 53 gift subs in the channel.
Nice. Maybe I should go over the other side, because wasn't the laser primed here earlier? I could have sworn it was primed. Maybe I should actually go take a look. How you doing, Pete? You're right, dude. I tried PTU earlier. The server was on fire, so I just kind of gave up.
Shields hit.
Oh, I'm under attack. Watch out. Oh gosh, another group just spawned. Look, can you fuck right off?
Target destroyed.
Got him. Oh god, they're doing the orbital bombardment thing. Jesus Christ, that one missed me. Oh, here they come, here they come. Orbital bombardment! Hey, Bolvi, how you doing, dude? You're right. Have you ever seen the picture of the American ship that got kamikazed? And it's just like the perfect silhouette of the Mitsubishi on the side of the hull. Crazy, dude. No one has ever had AI with this level of depth. Dude, after playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the AI in that game is just so phenomenally good. And I come back and play Star Citizen and every NPC is like this. Just like cowering in a corner. Like, holy shit, dude. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 got absolutely ripped off, man. How that game didn't get Game of the Year, I do not know. It's so good. Where is everyone? All the hunters that were hunting me seem to have stopped. The two hawk guys have stopped coming back. They first they turned up in a hawk arrow. Then hawk arrow again. Then hawk. Then I think it was there was a hornet mixed in there as well, so I don't know if the hornet was with them. And then eventually they ended up turning up with Hawk Corsair. And then that was the last time I saw them. Oh god. I'm about to receive another orbital bombardment. Well, the problem is I don't think I don't think they would have ever won Game of the Year because of the CEO of I forget the name of the developer that makes it, but he's made some controversial comments in the past, which I don't think the comments he made were really that bad. Basically, look, Kingdom Come Deliverance was based in the 1400s, right? And there were complaints during the first game from the games industry that there were too many white people in this medieval game. Let me just say that again. There were complaints from members of the game development industry and game journalists that there were too many white people in the medieval 1400s game. You know, the game based in Europe. So he, you know, at the time he made some comments, and yeah, as a consequence of those comments and some other comments that he's made since then, I don't think it could have been the best game in the world, and they would never have won Game of the Year, unfortunately. But if you've not played, I'm pretty sure it's on sale at the moment. Have a look. It is. It's half price at the moment. So if you want a really good RPG, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, you don't have to have played the first game. I do recommend you play the first game, but it's the second game is such a huge improvement over the first game in terms of the combat. Man, it has gone so quiet now. It's been quite busy up to now. Go over the other side. Has the shard gone quiet? Is that what's happening? Nope. Still like 625 people. I'm gonna go over the other side.
Shields offline. Okay.
See this half shields.
Shields online. Okay.
Pretty dead here as well. I've scared everyone away from Daymar. That's sad.
Offline.
Yeah, pretty much nothing else to do.
Is now on. Quantum drive is now on. Okay.
No shit, dude. I need to listen to this. Hang on. I fucking love the Danish, dude. So funny.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, fuck off.
Fuck off. Oh, dude. That's so good. I don't think so to Kim. Well, unless his plan is to get absolutely fucked by China. Which, you know, that might be the plan. Who knows? Like, I'm all for going to war against America. I know we'll get absolutely shafted. But do you know the best bit about the UK going to war with America? We don't have a policy of we only retaliate with nukes. We are we will fire a nuke first country. So if it looks like we're going to lose a war when it comes to conventional warfare, who knows what will happen, all right? I had somebody turn around to me yesterday and said, yeah, but would you go and fight? I'm like, yeah. That's why I'm saying it. Look. Be an old man on crutches with a friggin' I don't know what the fuck I would do. Maybe strap some guns to crutches. I'll be honest, I've only ever done FPV drone sim stuff, but because of playing Star Citizen, I actually literally within like a couple of minutes I picked it up. I'm not saying I was any good, but like I had the muscle memory for it within a few minutes. So yeah, FPV drone flying, I think I could actually be pretty fucking good at. This whole situation is insane though, because now our politicians are actually talking about closing the US air bases in the UK, because we have 2 US air bases here. So if those get closed and then the 2 in Germany get closed, I think there's like another 2 somewhere in other countries in Europe. Basically the US is going to lose all of its, you know, like one of the excuses that Trump has for doing this, right, is one of the many excuses is security, right, for the US. Well, I mean, you're about to lose all of your European bases, right? Like, that doesn't sound super secure to me. Canada have now started making new deals with China, and they literally talked about the New World Order last week. All right. Like there is actually, it's already like it can't be stopped at this point. There is a New World Order. I don't think Americans have realized it yet, but what has happened can't be turned around. And the New World Order does put China at the top of the food chain. Like, it might not be there yet, but it can't, like, the death spiral has begun. And too much damage has been done, right? Because here's the thing. Even if Trump was impeached tomorrow, right? And say, even if the Democrats came to power tomorrow, the problem is the US has shown that they are not a reliable partner, because you could make an amazing deal with the president today and with America today, but then at the next election, right, the next president turns around and then just throws all that in the garbage, right? But if you've made a 10, 20, 30 billion dollar deal with America to build some sort of facility that's going to take 10, 15 years to build, then you've spent all that money, and then the next president comes in 4 years and all that gets thrown away. You've literally just lost money, right? So America is not a reliable partner anymore, which is why Europeans are now moving away from American weaponry. And like, this is the best thing that's actually ever happened to the defense industry in Europe, right? But yeah, it's just, it sucks, man. It's such a shame to see it all get thrown away. And they're dead. You know, even if they repair, they don't have those guns now. Yeah, China's won. Like, China has already won. And here's the thing. Again, a lot of people who don't, like, follow global politics or whatever don't realize, but there's a counter to NATO. It's called BRICS, right? It's China, India, Russia, etc., etc., etc. And NATO has now become so much weaker. And BRICS has just become way stronger, right? Like, no matter what, America has lost now. And it doesn't matter if the US invades Greenland or not. Just the threat alone has caused irreparable damage, right? The US now stands alone, right? I know there are a lot of people who think, oh, the US is so strong, you know, we don't need allies. Okay. Because there are people who think that. Don't forget, Article 5 has only ever been triggered once. It was when America called for help after September 11th. British soldiers died. Canadian soldiers died. Australian soldiers died. Danish soldiers died because the US begged for help. Just throwing that out there. All right? It's kind of personal for me because I've got friends, right, who have been left really fucked up because of the shit that they went through in Afghanistan and Iraq. What's really interesting is actually paying attention to like different trading forums, like American trading forums, man. And I got friends who are traders, right? They are terrified, dude, because they all know that if the US actually invades Greenland, the US economy just implodes, right? And what's really interesting is that, you know, we're getting slapped with US tariffs from as of next month, right? But a lot of people don't realize this. Trump already slapped a lot of Europe with tariffs a while ago, and it's actually made pretty much zero difference. So I'm actually not that concerned about the UK getting hit with tariffs, because we're actually in a really good spot right now. Our economy, I mean. And I actually, you know, a lot of British people don't like Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister. But what I will say is he's very, very good when it comes to foreign affairs. And I think he is actually the right person to have as our Prime Minister right now. As much as he's like fucking up domestically. But yeah, like he's already said, like he's not going to retaliate with tariffs. Which I think is the right thing to do. But instead, close the US air bases in the UK. I think that's really important. And again, politicians are already talking about that. So it might end up happening. Which is a shame, man, because I was planning to go to the Mac Loop. I wanted to do it last summer. Because the Mac Loop is literally on my doorstep. Because I wanted to go see some US planes. Because they train in the Mac Loop. People say they're the same of Macron of France. Yeah, I don't know that much of Macron, but like, from what I've seen, I've seen, you know, I've seen a lot of protests in France, right? But from my point of view as a British person, whenever I've seen him talking about foreign affairs, he seems to be I feel like he's doing the right thing. So I think quite positively of Macron. But I can understand, like, now we've got Keir Starmer, I completely understand why, like, you know, domestic policies are completely different to foreign policies, right? Yeah, to be fair, it is like a national sport for the French protesting. You're right. True, dude. Yeah, and if there is a European military, I really hope the UK is involved in that. You know, unfortunately, the UK fucked up with Brexit. I don't entirely blame British people. I voted to remain in the EU, by the way. I don't entirely blame British people because I do feel like it was influenced by the Russians, right? There's already evidence and investigations that have proven that there was Russian influence. And I've seen posts from people who are like, well, why don't we just join the EU again? The problem is we were one of the founding members of the EU. We will never have as good of a deal as we had when we were in the EU. So we would, if we tried to rejoin the EU, we would get absolutely shafted now, unfortunately. But yeah, if there's a European military, it only makes sense for the UK to be a part of that, I feel. Yeah, exactly, Decker. Yeah. And what's really frustrating, right, was leading up to Brexit, I was trying to explain to my friends that leaving the EU would not change anything. And the main sticking point was, immigration. Well, guess what? Nothing has changed about immigration. The only argument the smartest argument I ever saw from somebody in regards to the EU, right, or Brexit, was, and I think it's a fair point, and I kind of agree. It's absolutely insane, right, that somebody could commit a crime in the UK, like murder, right? And then they can appeal, and it can go all the way to a European court, and then a European can decide against British courts. I think that's fucking insane. And that's the only thing I'm against. But do you know what? That's still how it works post-Brexit. So this is what I was trying to explain to my friends, right? This is what I was trying to explain to my friends, that all the things that you want to change with Brexit will still be the same after Brexit. And guess what? Once again, I was fucking right, because I'm usually fucking right. Like, it's so frustrating, dude. And now, most of my friends who voted for Brexit, most of them are like, there's a couple who are still like holdouts who are like, no, we did the right thing. Even though they are like personally getting shafted by it. Most of them are like, yeah, we fucked up. Now they've realized that leaving the EU has actually not made a difference. And all it actually did was it fucked our economy for multiple years. Right? Like, things are finally starting to improve when it comes to our economy. Finally. Yeah, that's the one thing we get shafted when it comes to import tax. It's so dumb. And it's a pain in the ass whenever we want to go abroad now. We have to stand in a queue and wait to get our passports checked. Right? Like, dude. And it's so quiet. This is a full server, by the way. You'd have to be insanely rich to get to an EU court. Not necessarily, dude. No. You just need backing. Like, I've seen working class people who, you know, have made it all the way to the European courts. You just need enough public pressure. Or the backing of the right people. I still have my European British passport. I got my passport because I needed to refresh it for LA. I think it was that. Was it LA? No. Austin? I can't remember. Oh, dude, there can't be that much. I need to check it. But I've still got my red European passport. But it was the last year you could still get the European passport in the UK. So if they're found innocent in a European court, they can just walk. Yep. European courts can overrule British courts. Like, that's the only thing about the EU I didn't like. It's mainly, I understand why that exists. It's mainly to make sure that I think it's mainly to do with like trade agreements and shit like that, right? To make sure that one country doesn't screw over another, essentially. Because otherwise, you could come to like a trade agreement with Europe or with another European country to make sure like you don't import or export too much milk or whatever, right? But then if your local courts come up with their own rules, does that make sense? I assume that's why they did it. so the European court can always overrule. I feel like European court should never have had power when it comes to crime in the UK. Where is everybody? Go over the other side.
Shields offline.
Yeah, exactly, Decker, yeah. What do you mean by a dualistic system? Like, the UK was a part of the EU, right? Like, every country that joins the EU, there is a long list of things that a deal is always made about everything, right? Like, do you adopt the euro or not, right? Etc, etc, right? So again, the UK was one of the founding members of the EU, right? So when we made the deal to join the EU and become a part of the EU, right? That deal, for example, we didn't adopt the euro, right? Everything required implementation first. EU court doesn't have a say unless it's already been applied in UK law. That's correct, yeah. But again, the European court, like the example that I gave was, for example, somebody could murder someone in the UK, right? And then they could take their appeal all the way to the European court, and it could be overruled in the European court. That was the main issue that I had with the EU, right? The UK being a part of the EU. Everything else I was fine with. Immigration, I didn't give a shit about immigration, I'll be honest. I do care more about immigration now because it's definitely had a huge negative effect in the UK. But I don't, it never felt right to me that a European court could overrule a criminal ruling in the UK. That's a problem. Yeah, exactly, Zen. Yeah, immigration. And it's not even that. Like, I know I'm about to sound like a right-wing lunatic, but it's really damaged our culture in general. What culture? Like, you know, I grew up with a certain culture, right? And quite frankly, people are a lot ruder now in the UK than they used to be. Like, British people have always had a certain level of, like, bluntness. But the merging of, like, cultures that we've had has just kind of... I have definitely seen... I sound like such an old... I know I sound like my dad saying this, but I have seen how people have changed. Right, and how behaviors have changed. And yeah, the internet I think is a big part of that as well. But yeah, I don't know, like, I'm fine with immigration for the people who absolutely need it. All right. But when I'm stood in a store, all right, and say I'm in a queue, I know what I sound like when I say this. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. When I'm in a store and I look around and I'm the only white British dude and I'm the only person there actually speaking English, makes me feel a certain way. Do you know what I mean? And that's not hyperbole. Where I live, that's what it's like. Like, I'll walk into the store and I'll be the only person there, and everyone is speaking a different language to English. Right? And it doesn't, like, I don't know, it just, man. It doesn't help, right, that there's not really been much in the way of, like, integration, and, like, different communities tend to live within their own little communities. Yeah, exactly. It feels like I'm not in my own country. It feels really, and, like, again, I have no problem with people come to this country who need to be here, right? Like, for example, oh God, how many years ago was it? It was like 8 years ago or so. I used to be way more into politics than, like, I used to be actively part of politics years ago. And I was actually at Westminster. I was at the Houses of Parliament, and I was having a meeting with several MPs, with a group of people. And we were talking about, so I know what this sounds like. We were discussing issues from the point of view of being gay, right? And talking about being, like the abuses and crimes that come with being gay, etc., etc. And one of the guys that I was with, I can't remember which country he was from, but it was an African country. And basically, his entire family had been killed. And then he'd been outed as gay, so he had to flee the country, and he came to the UK. And the really sad thing was, and he was telling the MPs his story. And I was there from the standpoint of a gay dude who had lived in the homeless system for a decade, right? And this guy, he had come to the UK for refuge. And when he was going through immigration, he was living in this immigration center for about a year. And he was really badly abused by the immigration officers at this center. And not only was he abused by the immigration officers, right, government workers, but obviously he was abused by all the other people that lived there because everyone knew he was gay. And it was just so fucking sad. So, like, for people like that, yeah. Like, I'm all for Ukrainians being here, right? But what we have right now, right, are boats. All day, every day, boats coming across the channel. And we have no idea who these people are. And the problem, and I think the thing that's really, like, changed my opinion and made me less liberal about immigration is the amount of crime that's happened. And I'm not just talking about, like, burglaries. I'm talking about children being raped, right? By gangs of immigrants. And it's awful, man. Because we don't know who a lot of these people are who are coming in on the boats, right? So again, I'm not anti-immigration at all. I just want the right people being here, all right? I have no problem with us supporting people. It would be nice if we had people who supported themselves, right? But as long as they're not coming here to commit crime, right? Like, that's the big thing. And use a farming metaphor instead of sowing the seeds in the fields with even distribution. They have just dumped bags in minute spots. Yeah, for sure. That's what it feels like. That's what's happening here in the States. People are not believing that ICE are deporting criminals. Here's the thing, right? I don't think it's necessarily that. I'm under no illusion that ICE are deporting criminals. I'm also under no illusion that they murdered a woman after dropping off her child at school. I'm under no illusion that they CS gassed a 6-month-old baby in a car. That they are black bagging, maybe not black bagging, but they are abducting US citizens on the street, right? Like, it can be both. I think what ICE is doing in the US is fucking awful. But they are also doing the thing that they were supposed to do, right? Which is deport criminals. Yeah, you know, did you guys see the report from the journalist who applied to become ICE? And she, like, dude, absolutely fucking awful. They didn't actually do any of the checks. She didn't actually complete the application process because she forgot to. So she missed the deadline, and they still moved her on to the next stage. Like, they are literally hiring anyone. Look, I don't have the answer. Like, I don't know how to solve the issue with criminal immigrants in the US. All I know is what I'm seeing is awful, right? And I really feel like that's not the way that it should be handled, right? Yeah, exactly. Right, I actually need to call it pretty soon because I've got my Daymar rally meeting at 8. Fighting bold violence with bold violence very rarely leads to calmness. That's very true, dude. It'll be very interesting to see what happens with the midterms. Do you guys remember what I said before Trump was elected? Before the election even happened? And I sat here and I said, guys, if Trump wins, he will be president for life. And there were people in my chat who were like, dude, that's so stupid. That's so dumb, dude. Don't say that. And now he's talking about cancelling the midterms. The midterms are November, right? Supposed to be November. Are you from the US then? Do you not even pay attention to your own news? And here's the thing, like, the way he said it, like, it was like, you know, the midterms came up, he said, but, you know, I might just cancel them. And people are like, yeah, he's only joking, but that's what he does. Like, he makes these little off-the-cuff comments, right, to see the reaction. Right. That's what Trump is really, really good at. Probing. Right, to see what he can get away with. And like doing one bad thing to see if he gets away with it. And when he gets away with it, he tries something a little bit worse. All right. And then you do something a little bit worse. And before you know it, you're invading Greenland. Right. Because what happens is it normalizes the idea in the minds of Americans. Right. And it just becomes normal. Like, Nazi Germany didn't turn into Nazi Germany overnight, guys. It was a little escalation, a little escalation, a little escalation. All right. The big thing was economy. After World War I, it was reparations, right? Like reparation payments. That really drove Germans against, well, everyone. First few years when I migrated to the UK 2002, and every job I got, everyone asked me for my immigration status and work permit. I show documents, they check, and 5 minutes later I was free to go. My question is why people in US can't obey law and need to argue with ICE or police. Yeah, just show the ID. Like I have thought that a few times. Like when I've seen a video and ICE have just asked somebody, can we see ID? And the person's refused. Show the ID. Like I've never really understood that mindset. Right? The big thing is Hitler didn't have nukes. True. True. Well, again, you don't even need to go that far, John, right? Again, I've seen long-form videos where an ICE officer has just walked up to a person in the street who's protesting and blasted them in the face with pepper spray. Reminder, ICE are not police. It is not ICE's responsibility to police US citizens. That's not what they do, right? And we're talking about peaceful protesters, right? We're not talking about protesters who are getting physical. I can't believe that no one has turned up in like the last hour. Just keep an eye on the time. Yeah, man, if I was in a situation and I saw fucking... I wouldn't even need to see ICE. All I would need to see is a big congregation of people, and I would turn around and I'd be out of there so quick. I'm not victim blaming, by the way. I'm just saying if I was in that situation, I wouldn't be trying to antagonize. But there are a lot of people who are of the mindset, right, that the Civil War's kind of started, right? And that you have to fight. Which I can, you know, I respect the opinion. Like, how exactly do you tell the government that you're not happy? All right, you protest. Well, they do, Zen. They don't literally put a bag over your head, but they again, I have watched videos. Like there was that kid from Target, right? The Target employee, right? They kicked the shit out of him, dude. They took him away, kicked the shit out of him. He was literally black and blue. He was like 16 years old or 17 years old. And then they released him several hours later. Why was he black and blue? He wasn't black and blue before they took him. Like, you can't sit there and pretend they're not doing this shit when there's literal evidence. Literally every single day I am seeing videos of this shit happening. You can't sit there and pretend it's not. Right? And the problem is, right, when you sit there and pretend that it's not happening, like you kind of are, all right, you're exactly the same sort of person who's defending what Putin's doing in Russia. Right? It's the same behavior that I see from Russians, right? While the Ukrainians brought this on themselves, you know, they were treating the people in the Donbass terribly, you know. Fuck. Putin did nothing wrong. like choosing to pick and choose what evidence. Like Sivad, right, is somebody who I have a great admiration for because he has this like incredible ability to look at something good or something bad and then actually try to find the evidence and make up his own opinion, right? And that's something that I've tried to learn to do from Sivad, right? And not to try to make like a snap judgment. And this is the thing, when Trump was first elected, right? I was like, well, no, it's not who I would have picked, but let's make the best of a bad situation. You know, he has some good points. He has some bad points. Let's hope for the best, right? Exactly, Daiban. There are instigators on both sides. Yeah. I wonder if like PvP bounties died on this server or something. They stopped working maybe. Like maybe my bounty disappeared after I backspaced earlier. But even then I've not seen another person come to either of the locations. Yeah, and I try to, I don't really watch news I watch some news. I try to get news from different sources, right? So believe it or not, for example, I will watch Ben Shapiro, but I will also watch Midas Touch. Two completely fucking opposite ends of the spectrum, right? I'll watch Fox. I'll watch the BBC. I consume a lot through Reddit. I consume some information through X because you have to remember even social media is biased, right? Like those like Reddit, X, they can push whatever posts they want to you to influence you. So you got to remember that, right? Yeah, it's very, you'll never find neutral news. Like the BBC is supposed to be unbiased, right? But it's fucking not. I think the closest thing you'll get to unbiased is Associated Press because it is literally just, you know, what they're posting is literally just a statement of fact, right? But even then, the Associated Press is choosing to post some news and ignoring other news. So in that way, it's also biased. All right. I'm using TrackIR. I use Toby as well, but I don't have my Toby plugged in right now. Yeah, it's really important that you consume news from different sources on both sides. All right. So you can try and like understand the mindset of both sides of the argument. Well, yes, I'll make my way back to Grimhex. Yeah, I think it's the Daymar rally is on the 24th. So I will be here. I'm a cameraman for Daymar rally, but I'll also be streaming. But that's going to be a long day. Yeah, and that's really what I look for, Metal Wolf, is that correlating information. All right. But I tell you what else I look for is opinions. Right? Because I very often will come to like an initial opinion, but everyone has different life experience, right? And the amount of times where like I'll start talking to Sivad about politics, right? And I'll be hyper passionate about something and I'll be thinking about it in a very particular way, and then Sivad will go, hang on a second, let's think this through, right? And then he'll explain things from his viewpoint and his opinion. And then he explains to me why he's come to that opinion because of other experiences that he's had, right? And yeah, that's why I look for other people's opinion as well, because different people view things in different ways because of those experiences, right? The knowledge that they have, right? Yeah, data driving perspective, exactly. Yeah. Like for me, here in the UK, in school, they teach us a lot about World War I, World War II, right? European and British history. So when I became an adult, really it was 9/11. 9/11 was when a switch was like triggered in my head, and I started paying attention to news and like global affairs and whatnot. And when the invasion of Iraq happened, I was literally sat there glued to the news, watching every moment. And I was only like 16 at the time, 15, 16, something like that. And from that moment on, I paid a lot more attention to global affairs, but most of my attention has been on UK, Europe, America, all right? Which is why when Israel-Palestine really kicked off, you know, people, because of Ukraine and how close I was to Ukraine, I still am, right? I follow Ukraine news every single day. Because of how close I was to that, a lot of people were coming in and asking my opinion about Israel, Palestine. I'm like, I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough about Israel and Palestine, and something I have learned when it comes to content creation / streaming around news and politics, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Because when Ukraine happened, I already knew quite a bit about Ukraine, because when Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, that's when my, again, switch triggered in my head, and I started paying attention to Ukraine, right? And especially like the year leading up to the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, I was paying a lot more attention. And even like being friends with Cutlet made me more interested in Ukraine, right? And then when the invasion actually happened, you know, I was seeing left-wing and right-wing influencers chirping in with their opinions about the invasion of Ukraine. And then what I was seeing was, okay, who's the British Dr. Dude who talks about social politics a lot? What's his name? Right-wing dude. I cannot remember his name off the top of my head. He's like the best example. Let me go. You know who I'm talking about, right? No, he's Canadian, isn't he? Is he Canadian or British? I can't remember. Jordan Peterson. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is one of those people where sometimes I will like watch content of his, and I'm like, okay, you make a point, you make a good point, and then other times I'll watch and I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And when the invasion of Ukraine happened, he did this whole talk about the invasion of Ukraine, and that was when I realized. That's when I realized he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. Like, he might know what he's talking about when it comes to like social politics and all that shit, right? But he's now stepped out of his lane into a topic because he wants to earn money talking about this topic, right? And he was starting to talk about Ukraine and talk about Russia and their histories, right? And the thing is, again, I'm pretty educated now on Ukraine and Russia, and as he was saying things, I was like, well, that's not true, and that's wrong, and that is wrong. And all of a sudden, from my perspective, his credibility was gone, right? So yeah, it's always good to get different opinions. It's good to consume news from different outlets. It's good to get opinions from different people. All right. I try not to... It's the same with Star Citizen. Like when people come in and they're like, oh, what's your opinion of the patch? Or what's your opinion of this feature? I'm never like quick to like jump to a conclusion. Like a great example, it was when Master Modes came out, right? When Master Modes came out, I constantly had people coming in and they were like, you know, what's the rub? Give us your opinion. I'm like, dude, it's too soon, man. Like I need to spend time with it. I need to work it out. I want to hear the opinions of other people as well, right? The whole putting your fingers in too many pies. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's so much better to be like an expert in one area and really fucking know what you're talking about, right? Than try to be an expert in lots of different areas. And again, it just if you talk to an expert and you're saying shit that's wrong, well, all the people in that room, right, who know you're wrong. So that's your credibility damaged. And the more you do that, the more your credibility just gets tarnished, right, essentially. Yeah, no, I sit here most days talking about shit, and I have no problem with putting my hands up and going, I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. Somebody teach me. All right? Somebody explain to me. Credibility means a lot to me, man. Like, some people might not like me, but I at least try to have some credibility, all right? I can't get over how quiet it is. I haven't seen a player in like an hour. Wild. People's level of instant gratification holds them back from analyzing properly. I think that's true, dude. I think that's a big problem these days. Like, people want that adrenaline rush, right? They want that instant gratification, the feeling of being right or whatever. Well, no, there's over 600 people on this server, Zen. It doesn't matter if the PTU is out. There's still 600 people on this server. All right. All right, my dudes. Well, that's it for me. I gotta go to a meeting. I need to get myself a cup of tea first. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs. I will be back on tomorrow, but I do have... When's my meeting tomorrow? Oh, yeah, I'll be... Yeah, it's fine. My meeting's in the morning. I'll be back on at about 3 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be down for a coffee. Ideally not on a rainy day, though. The weather is grim at the moment. Like, I don't necessarily mind riding in the rain, but, like, if I'm stopping at a coffee shop or whatever, I don't want to be sat there soaking wet, you know? All right, my dudes. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good chats. Nice to have a civilized conversation with folk. It's nice to, like, be able to have a conversation with people who, like, are on both sides of the argument without getting annoyed, you know what I mean? 4.6 is not out, no. I'll be honest with you, it feels quite far out because the server performance on 4.6 is so bad. Like, it's just constantly locking up, like, really bad. Like, maybe there's a patch coming out tonight. Maybe that one will fix the lockups. But yeah, server performance is really not good. Yeah, exactly, Daiben. That is exactly my mindset, dude. It's not necessarily that I'm a centralist. It's more that I take an individual issue and I form an opinion on that individual issue. Like when I talk about certain, like immigration, right? Whenever I talk about immigration, people think I'm right wing. But when I talk about things like healthcare, people think I'm left wing, right? Because I pick an issue and I form an opinion, right? Which I wish more people did that. Like this whole bullshit of I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, right? I'm a conservative, I'm a Labour voter. Like, I wish people, like I have voted for both Labour and I have voted for the Conservatives. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Hey, Hagbard. Sorry, dude. You just catch me as I'm about to get going. Yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, 3 p.m. So yeah, have a good one, everybody. Have a good night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.